let's start this up. So... just skimming through to see if there are any better options. Yeah, Rock Cleaver is definitely going to be better for his axe. It'd be kind of cool if the equipment that they had was actually reflected in, like, if it was actually reflected in the different, in their outfits in some way, but that's a little bit tough to manage with the simple art style this game uses. So, real quick. Our next goal is, Honey Chapter 3. But since it recommends level 38, I'm going to try and get a couple of levels on Olberic and Primrose, Tressa, Alphen, all of those characters. Which means we'll want a micro dungeon. And you know what I think could be fun? Have we already done the derelict mine? I don't recall. Let's go and check if we've already done the derelict mine. Oh my. Those mouse things look more angry than the similar stuff that we've seen in this sort of area. Long-eared loris. Okay, fire daggers.
How about you?
Well then, the winds of fortune.
Victory! Out of my way! With each battle, I grow stronger.
Hey Rafkin, welcome to the stream. Okay, so it does look like we've already cleared this area. It's definitely the tricky part here, is remembering which areas I've already dealt with. I'm reasonably confident that I've never done the Hollow Throne. Unless I actually did that last time, which now that I think about it, I might have. Tell you what, we'll go ahead and warp to Noble Court and see if I have.
Flame protect
Oh,
us.
that thing is cool.
I am ready. Ice, splinter and shard.
Yeah, these things are all the Froggen are weak to ice. And I think some of them are weak to light?
Flames
Dang
shine
it.
forth. Ah! My turn now. The winds of fortune are howling. Ah!
Now then, I will cut you down.
Jeez.
I
How
am ready.
unlucky can you get here?
I'll do my best.
Have at you. Ah!
Ah, sorry.
Stop picking on Tressa.
My turn now. Here I go. In Elfric's name, be safe.
Have at you. My blade is unbending. Out of my way.
I don't know why I was struggling so hard to break those. Usually I get lucky with guessing the damage vulnerabilities at least once or twice.
Ready or not, here I come.
I am ready.
Have at you. Ah!
Here I go.
Montor. Oh wait, those guys are vulnerable to light. Never mind, that was a bit of a waste.
Ice, splinter and shard.
Have at you.
Hey, I guessed one. Nice.
Here I go. Let your wounds be healed.
Yeah, let's heal up the party. Alright, let's see now. Danger level 25, so I've probably cleared this one if I've ever revisited it. But it doesn't look like I have. Hold up. Let's drop a save.
Let us fight with honor. honor.
Why do I feel like I remember
I'm ready.
these guys, though? Thunder Remnant. Actually,
Night
is Dark an effective type here? No. I think Wind is. Yes, okay.
Victory shall be mine.
And so is
I will
Sword.
not be defeated. The winds of fortune!
I am ready. Oh, don't mind me.
Okay. So Wind is the only elemental type that's effective.
I will cut you down.
I'll do my best. What? How's that? Ready or not, here I come.
I am ready.
Okay, well this will be vulnerable to Club and Light.
Go.
Question is, what else?
Well then.
The battle is truly joined.
Well then.
Now
I am ready.
And just so we've got all of our bases covered, it's Lightning as their name.
My turn. I'll do my
dang.
best. Let your wounds be healed.
I am ready.
Now then, out of my way.
What to do? What to do?
I am ready.
The battle.
I'll do my best.
Alright. We didn't want to leave it alive for another turn.
I'm not made for such battles. There is no choice.
There's no choice.
I am ready.
Just in case that wasn't clear there.
Here I go. Well then. The winds of fortune.
Victory shall be mine. I will cut you down.
I am ready. Fire.
There we go.
How's that?
It's a bit of a maze in here.
I'll not be defeated.
Honestly,
The winds of fortune!
that lightning elemental is definitely the most dangerous thing in front of us.
I am ready. Fire.
Here I go! The winds of fortune are howling.
How about you?
Okay, and since you can't do anything effective, definitely want to incite. Really? How did you randomly roll the spread move twice?
Fire.
How about you? I think not.
I'll not be defeated.
Yeah, let's do a
Bring
big
that
heal.
miracle of healing.
The battle I play is unbending! I will cut you down!
I am ready.
Watch me run!
The show is over.
Hate those lightning elementals. They do so much damage.
May I have this dance?
Now then, I think not.
I am ready. Fire.
Okay, we'll be able to break them before they get another
I'll do my
turn.
best. The winds of fortune!
Ophelia can drop a big heal on the party.
Victory shall be mine. You shall be healed.
Actually, Ophelia might not even need to drop a big heal on the party. Looks like just a normal heal should
I
do
am
it.
ready. Fire.
Well then. Let your wounds be healed.
There we go. And now for some fully boosted attacks.
Prepare yourself! The flame guides us true.
AB Marching, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Wait a second. Oh, I see.
May I have this dance?
Let's do this! The winds of fortune are howling! My turn now.
Hold up. I'm going to do a quick gamble.
I am ready.
Dang it, I really thought they were gonna fire the next one straight for Primrose. Ah, well.
Victory shall be mine. You shall be healed.
I'll do my best.
Part of the trouble with these guys is that there are limited options for damage reduction on the
How about you?
special side for the whole party.
What to do? The winds of fortune are howling. I'll do my best. Here I go! There! The flame guides us true.
Oh, that's a purple chest down there. Okay, no point in trying to reach it. How was I unable to find so many of the chests that I saw while we were coming through there?
I'll do my
Okay,
best.
this will be interesting. Mont d'Or, if you could.
I am ready. Oh, don't mind me.
Wind and
Let's
Club.
do this.
Luckily, we're massively over-leveled for this boss, so it actually shouldn't be that much trouble.
I am ready. Oh, don't mind me.
Victory shall be mine.
Here I go! I'll do my best.
I am ready. Oh, don't mind me.
Okay, it has another 23,000 HP.
How about you? My blade is up and down.
Well then, prepare yourself. A wind is coming.
I am ready.
You know, just based on the fact that everyone in the party can do at least one breakpoint,
A wind
We can reliably get through this in a single round.
What to do?
I am ready.
Watch me now. Ice, splinter and shard.
A wind is coming. What? What a nice breeze.
The battle. Watch my blade dance.
Dang it. I really thought that might finish it. Oh well.
The
Ooh,
battle is truly joy.
interesting.
Here I go.
I am ready.
I will not be defeated.
No.
I am ready.
Ice, splinter and shard.
The show is over.
Nice. Okay, we've taken care of the boss. But I kind of still want to work my way out of here, because there are a couple of chests that I never found the way to.
Open for business.
Oh, but then I run into these
I'll do my
things, and I
best.
wonder if that was the smart choice.
I am ready.
Victory shall be mine. You shall be healed.
For some reason, enemies love focusing their attacks on Tressa, and I really don't know why, because I don't really understand the AI in this game. I don't understand how they choose their attacks, but look at that.
I will not be defeated.
All of the focused attacks so far in this entire fight, anything that wasn't spread damage from the enemy, went straight for Tressa.
My turn now.
The battle is truly joy. You shall be healed.
Well then, here I go. Let your wounds be healed.
There, that'll get everyone back up to full,
I am ready.
Watch me fight.
and Prim can finish him off.
The show is over.
I gotta say, while the combat in this game can take a good bit of time, it is satisfying. Like, the break mechanic especially is just a very satisfying part of gameplay.
It's a good day for battle.
It gives you something to focus on apart from just whittling away. I almost went for Luminescence because I saw that those two in the back could be broken in a single hit, but no, they're also broken by wind. But yeah, it gives you something to focus on other than just whittling away at the enemy's hit
I
points.
am ready.
What to do?
The battle is truly joy. You shall be healed.
I am ready.
these guys
I'll do
again.
my best. The winds of fortune.
I wonder why fire is effective against lightning elementals. That one never really made sense to me.
I am ready.
Let's do this.
Victory shall be mine. You shall be healed.
I am ready.
Fire.
Have at you. You shall be healed.
Here I You got more than you bargained for.
Okay, but how am I supposed to get around there? Is there another path that I can take back here?
Tis a good day for battle.
I'm really struggling to see the path that would give me access to...
The winds of fortune.
Those couple of chests that are in hard to reach places.
The winds of fortune are howling. Ah!
I am ready.
Victory shall be mine.
I will not be defeated.
I am ready.
Fire.
My turn now.
Victory shall... Out of my way! The battle is truly joined.
My turn. Time for a break.
I am ready.
Watch me now.
I'll do my best. Prepare yourself. If you'll excuse me.
I actually really like the merchant skill rest.
I am ready.
Here I go. Time for a break.
Oh, I should have donated BP to Ophelia. And she could have boosted her rest. Okay, it didn't really matter in the end.
I'll do. Oh, sacred light.
Oh wow. I really thought that would be the finishing blow.
Victory!
There we go.
The thrill of the fight.
I don't know what I'm missing here.
I am ready.
Fire. Burns.
battle is truly joy. You shall be healed.
My turn now. The winds of fortune are howling. Well then.
Don't have any speed control, unfortunately.
How about you? You shall be healed.
I am ready.
My turn now. The winds of fortune! I hope I grow more able.
Aha! Here's at least one thing we can reach. Maybe... Okay, we can get up here.
Step right up!
I am ready.
Now then, you shall be healed.
I'll do my best. The winds of fortune! My turn now!
Best case scenario, the one that gets to move this turn attacks Olberic. Worst case scenario, it attacks everyone.
I am ready.
My turn now! Time for a break.
Damn. You shall be healed.
I'll do my best. Let your wounds be healed.
There we go. That's everyone back up to full health.
My turn. I won't hold back.
And now we can finish it this time around.
You got more than you bargained for.
Okay, well, at this point, I have absolutely no idea where I'm supposed to be going to get those couple of hard-to-reach chests.
There is no choice.
The battle is truly joined.
Okay, we can do some control at least.
I am ready.
Those guys will be forced to focus Olberic.
I'll do my best. The winds of fortune!
Oh, and it'll be a nice full break right at the start of it of next turn.
The winds of fortune are howling.
I am ready. Fire. Burst.
Would you look at that? That's very nice.
My turn now. Time for a break.
How about you? You shall be healed.
I'll do my best. Let your wounds be healed.
Yeah, I find it helpful to use these turns
I am ready.
where everything is broken and will still be broken next round to get the party back up to full.
The battle I am playing is unbending! The thrill of the fight!
Or at least close to full. I mean, obviously, can't really always get to full. Yeah, for the life of me, I can't find a way through here. Okay, well, we've cleared the boss here. Let's move on. Where could there be another small area to do a touch of grinding? Or do we want to just move on to the level? I haven't been here that long, so I don't feel like I'm running late. Oh wait, Ophelia Chapter 3, also level 38. Actually, as strange a decision as it seems, we might go ahead and do Ophelia Chapter 3. Because that'll give us the chance to freely switch out our party and gradually level them all to the appropriate point. So right now the most redundancy in our party was between Tressa and Primrose. And I guess Tressa and Ophelia. Yeah, let's roll with these guys for the moment. And now, let's go ahead and hear the tale for Ophelia Chapter 3. The story so far. The sacred kindling is carried out once every 20 years. The first destination on the pilgrimage, the town of Saintsbridge, and it was there she met 3 young boys after carrying out her duties. Now she remembers them and others she has met on her path each time she bows her head in prayer to the sacred flame. The ember born during the rite reflects the heart of the flame bearer. The fire you've brought us, Sister Ophelia, looks to be a warm and gentle flame. I have no doubt your kindness was a comfort to the children you met as well. Bishop Bartolo's words in Saintsbridge remain etched in Ophelia's heart, and she carries them with her as she arrives in Goldshore, the next step on her journey.
So, this is Goldshore. Here, another flame wants for kindling. After that, I can return at last to Flame's Grace and cast my ember into the great flame. Then, my long journey will come to an end. That man looks familiar.
Oh, it's that guy.
Master Matthias of the Leonil Consortium. What brings you to this place, good sir?
How on earth did you remember that, Ophelia?
Ah, Sister Ophelia. It has been far too long since I saw your lovely face.
How does a person remember something like that?
Pray forgive me for ending our first meeting so abruptly.
There is nothing to forgive, sister. I heard of the Archbishop's affliction. Terrible news, that. I hear that you are performing the kindling in Sister Liana's stead.
Yep.
Your journey has not been an easy one, I am sure.
It is the path I have chosen. And the provisions your consortium generously prepared for my sister have served me well on the road. I thank you for all your kindness, sir. Our realm owes you a great debt.
Think nothing of it, sister. We, too, are honored to serve. You have a gentle heart. The people are fortunate to have your guidance.
Is he gonna turn out to be a bad guy? Because that'd be kind of
Disease,
sad.
poverty, war, natural calamities. There is no shortage of suffering in this world. And yet, I hear that recently, there are those who turn their backs on the church, shunning the light of the sacred flame.
That is most saddening to hear, sir.
Oh, but forgive me. I did not mean to trouble you when you have more important matters at hand. Do forget what I said, and focus yourself on the kindling. I, too, will offer a prayer for your success.
Well, thank you.
You have my thanks, Master Matthias.
And now, I fear I have some business I must attend to. I will be in town for a while longer. Mayhap our paths will cross again.
I'm just keeping an eye... I don't know why I'm keeping an eye out for someone useful to guide. There's no point. Even if I find someone that I can guide at some point pretty early on in this chapter, I'm going to have to replace them. The elderly woman would actually be useful, but we'll wait on that. You know, I should probably save. It's been like an hour since I last saved. Okay, about 40 minutes, but still. That's a while for me, okay? Why am I still checking these things? It's not necessary. Umbreon. Focus. Attacking posture, I think that gives like a general attack boost. Lightning storm, that wouldn't be bad. I should probably check skills.
Oh dear. Oh. What?
Yeah, well, Barrick, I think we've already cleared this guy, but
Now
to be safe.
then. Have at you. With each battle, I grow
Well, that
stronger.
went well. Kinda wish I had boosted the second hit so I would have gotten more SP. Ah, this guy is what's in here. Ooh, yeah, I'm gonna have him come along soon. I think I need to beat this guy up, actually.
Let us
Because
fight
this is
with
the guy who's running the bandits nearby.
Victory shall be mine. With each battle, I grow stronger.
I can't recall whether that'll be enough to... Okay, we're getting a cutscene. You knave, do you have any idea who I am? I am a noble, I have resources at my command that you cannot even imagine. I even have my own troop of bandits at my Blast, I did not mean to say that.
Aye, aye.
What's the matter, boss? If you need, I can call for some more men. You fool, I can't be seen with you in front of others. What? But... You there, knave. You will forget what you have seen here today. Do you understand me? I give my word that I will break all ties with such villains and leave the merchants in peace from now on. I don't believe you. I'm not sure if that actually... Oh, apparently that did the job. Tell you what, I'll guide you for the moment. Running out of summons of Mont d'Or anyway.
How do you do?
I'm the Flamebearer, Sister Ophelia. Do I have the honor of speaking to His Excellency?
Oh,
Bishop Donovan. Sister Ophelia, oh thank the gods. We've been waiting eagerly for your arrival. Is something the matter, Your Excellency? You look quite pale.
no.
I do? Please forgive me. It is nothing you need concern yourself about.
Oh,
Oh, but what a terrible welcome I've given you. I am Donovan, the Bishop of Goldshore. We thank you for coming all this way. No doubt your journey has been a trying one.
May the sacred flame guide
I have been helped along by many along the way. I could never have made it without their kindness. I have brought the ember. May the flame ever shine upon the people of Goldshore.
huh.
Your Excellency.
Huh.
Ah, forgive me, sister. I was lost in my own thoughts for a moment. I fear I have not yet finished the necessary preparations for the kindling.
Goodness.
Oh, I see.
I'm so very sorry.
I'm so terribly sorry. It's just that...
In that case...
Your Excellency, is there some way I may be of service?
No, I must.
No, I mean, do not trouble yourself, sister. I'm sure you already have much on your mind. She came here for this one thing. If she can help it happen faster, that's helpful to her. Why don't you get some rest in the meantime? I will see to all that must be done. Talk about being distracted. I wonder whatever could be the matter.
Look.
That boy. Oop. Zoomies. The boy got the zoomies. Find the runaway child. Sorry, but first I want to see what's going on inside here. New weapons for sale by inquiring on this cleric. Ooh, we got a hidden item. The thing is, I'm pretty sure the person that we currently have in Ophelia, or in Primrose's slot, does Deep Breath as their ability.
Come, come.
And yet, but Primrose's person is running out of uses. Find the runaway child. Oh, here we go. First things first. Drop a save real quick.
Goodness.
There you are. I saw you in the church earlier. What do you want? I don't know nothing.
You are safe.
Settle
with me.
down. I never said you did anything.
I am Ophelia.
My name is Sister Ophelia. What's your name? I'm Daniel. I noticed that she always helps, like, little lost kids, and I feel like it's actually meant to be a bit of a reflection on her own experience as an orphan being taken in by the Archbishop and her efforts to try and pay that back. Nice to meet you too.
Now then.
Were you there to see the bishop about something?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess. He sure seemed to have a lot on his mind. It was as though he was anxious about something, or even afraid. I don't... Daniel, if you know something, will you tell me? If there's any way in which I might offer my aid, I'll do it. I brought a letter to the bishop. A letter? Somebody asked me to give it to him, a stranger. But when the bishop read the letter, he went all white. I'd never seen the bishop look like that before. I'll bet you don't know what the letter said. Can you remember anything about the person who gave you the letter? Well, I'd never seen him in town before. A newcomer to town. I see. Thank you, Daniel. I think I should speak with the bishop once more. Okay, I am supposed to guide Daniel. Sister Ophelia?
Yes.
Yes, Daniel? Did I do a bad thing to the bishop? I mean...
No.
Of course not. But if you're worried for him, why don't we go and speak with His Excellency together? You do that for me? Thank you, Sister Ophelia. You know, it's kind of neat. Everyone else in the party follows your exact path, so if you do a bunch of small wiggles back and forth, you you can get everyone all bunched into a single tiny space.
If you'll forgive me.
Your Excellency, it's me, Sister Ophelia.
But why?
Sister Ophelia, that boy with you.
Let us begin.
Young Daniel had something he wished to say to you, Your Excellency. And what might that be?
I'm sorry.
Is it my fault? Is it all because of that letter? It's nothing, truly.
It's
But
just
you've been acting strange ever since I gave it to you.
No, I must...
No, child. You are to blame for nothing. Everything is mine own fault. If something worries you, Bishop, please share it with us. I know I'm still a stranger, but I would be happy to help in whatever way I can. Please do not bear this burden on your own.
Sister Ophelia.
She's just too nice.
Shall we?
Just too dang nice. She's just a nice person. Pray tell, whatever was written in that letter. So either he's caught up in some sort of scandal or a family member of his has just died or something. I suppose there's no point in hiding the truth any longer. Your Excellency, we have your daughter. If you wish to see her again, seize the ember from the flame bearer and bring it to the cavern by the sea. Interesting. Speak to anyone of this matter, and you may consider your daughter's life forfeit.
Kidnapping? What villainy is this?
I must be
I was
honest with you,
close.
Sister Ophelia. Until a short time ago, I was agonizing over whether or not I should do as the letter says.
And now he's decided to do it.
My Lysa has seen but 7 summers. When I pictured her together with such evil men, crying out for me, But to give in would be to betray everything I stand for as a man of the church. The flame protects all our people. It is not mine to steal.
Your Excellency.
I must trust that the gods have their plans for us all, even if it means my daughter, my dear Lysa, will never again.
Bishop. Is the bishop going to be all right?
Yes. He is resting peacefully now. He must have been under a great deal of strain.
Well, clear enough what
Father's
we're going
love
to
for
be
his
doing
daughter
now.
is a thing beyond measure. To manipulate that for evil is a sin the gods will not overlook. I will go to this cave by the sea and bring Lysa back safe and sound.
But you could be killed.
She's a bit harder to kill than she looks.
Maybe, but I won't stand by and do nothing either. Don't worry, I can take care of myself.
Okay, but please come back safe.
Ooh, travel banter.
Ophelia.
I owe you a thanks. You do? It was just like you said. It ain't right for a father to turn his back on his child. When I see someone using kids for their own end, it makes my blood boil. Feel the same, Alphen. The truth is, I'm a little afraid. Ah, shucks, Ophelia, we're pals now. Me and my medicine are gonna be right here by your side. So you've got nothing in the world to worry about, alright? Thank you, Alphen. It gives me strength knowing that you stand with me. Strength and peace of mind, too. I wonder if this is what it's like to have an older brother. Alphen is also quite a good lad. You know, I'm surprised, actually, how fond I've gotten of Alph and Tressa in the course of this playthrough. Alright, if you could provide a nice spear attack, that would be very helpful. Wait a second, I've got an idea. Drop a save real quick. And now we're going to backtrack to the church. So the thing is, if we take a look at who Primrose is guarding right now. Deep Breath, 3 summons, 3 stars. This person is Deep Breath, and they would have 7 summons, and they're 5 stars, meaning their Deep Breath would probably restore more than the previous one. And luckily I've got a few failures I can pull off. That said, I'm only willing to spend 1. I'm willing to fail to rack up 1 failure on this. Other than that, I'll just save scum. It shouldn't take long. The odds of failing more than twice are already pretty low. The odds of failing more than 3 times, extremely. Come on, I know you're a holy man and all that, but this is just a game mechanic. And why are you going against the statistics? Yeah, there's only a 7% chance that that guy refuses 4 times in a row. .31. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's 48% chance of success. How did that take so many attempts? The odds of failing that 5 times in a row? 3.8%. Ah, well, at least now we've got good characters backing up the party. Ah, Sister Ophelia. Our paths cross again. I trust everything went well with the kindling?
No.
I fear there have been some extenuating circumstances.
I'm most sorry.
Is that so? I'm sorry to hear it. It must be quite the crisis if it has kept you from your duties. Though I cannot say I find it surprising in these dire times. In every land that I travel to in my work, I find such troubles. You do now.
Heartbreaking, isn't it?
It's just as I spoke of before, sister. Disease, poverty, war. Why, it is as if for every person in the world who finds happiness, another must suffer indescribable pain. Curious, is it not? We all put our faith in the sacred flame. Why does it lend its warmth to some while forsaking others? Yeah, he's going to be the twist villain, isn't he? Sometimes I find myself wondering, do the gods truly exist?
Master Matthias? May the sacred flame guide
I
us.
believe it is precisely because we live in such a harsh world that the guidance of the sacred flame is necessary.
I see.
Sister Ophelia, you're always so kind to everyone and at all times. How is it that you can maintain such unwavering faith? How? I've never given it much thought, but I suppose that I believe because I choose to believe. Some people might take advantage of such innocent thinking. Does that not concern you?
Of course.
I realize that such a thing is possible, but still, I would rather believe in others than doubt them.
I see.
How very interesting. I find your way of looking at the world to be most fascinating, Sister Ophelia. Clearly, you have more important matters on your mind today, but I hope that we might discuss the topic further at another time.
If you'll forgive me.
It would be my pleasure, sir, and with that, I should be on my way. Either he's going to be the twist villain, or this is going to end very badly. Road to the Seaside Grotto.
Let us fight with
Ooh,
honor.
that thing up front is really cool.
Here we go.
I'll do my best. The winds of fortune!
I am ready. Oh, don't mind me.
How about you?
I'm going to take a gamble real quick.
Death by 1,000 cuts!
Really? That was incredibly disappointing.
Well then. The winds of fortune!
The crabs have an ice attack.
Here we go. Don't mind if I do.
How about you?
Here goes nothing. Alrighty. Don't mind if I do.
I am ready.
You know what? I'm going to take a gamble on that.
Lightning strike.
Okay, well that's one thing that I know all of their
The battle is
weaknesses.
truly joined. My blade is unbending!
that thing chonky.
I am ready.
The lion dance.
I'll not be defeated. Let your wounds be healed.
Let's bring everyone back up to more full hit points.
Here we go. Always happy to share.
Restore Ophelia's SP.
The battle is truly joined.
Do some breaking, and now we should hopefully be able to finish it with weapon attacks.
My turn. Huh? There! I hope I've grown more able.
Doodle-doo, doodle-doo, doodle-doo. Okay, yeah, I already did that.
It's a good day for battle. The battle is truly joined.
Okay, so for dealing with the flame ones, it's probably going to be... ice. Maybe wind.
I am ready.
Ice, splinter and shard.
I'll not be defeated.
Here goes nothing.
Ooh, no, dang it. I was going to try and cut its speed, but that's a hunter skill.
Don't mind if I do.
No,
Well then, may the sacred flame shine forth.
I am ready.
Bring it on.
There we go.
I am ready.
Ice, splinter and shard.
My turn now. Prepare yourself. May the sacred flame shine forth.
the battle is truly joined. You shall be healed.
Here we go.
There. A little bit of extra SP to actually get through the last enemy, but... Ooh. You know, I probably... Well...
May I have this dance?
My turn now. May the sacred flame shine forth.
I am ready.
Oh, you know what? This is a good time to analyze the scythe crab. Axes,
Here goes
gotcha.
nothing. Don't mind if I do.
Really? I missed
How about
one? How are those things so dodgy?
I am ready. Lightning, strike true!
Victory shall be mine.
My turn now.
Okay, we dealt
Here
with
we
the
go.
crab.
Here goes nothing.
The battle is truly joined. My blade is up.
I am ready. The peacock
Give
strike.
Ophelia a quick boost to hopefully finish this.
I'll do my best.
Nice.
I hope I grow more able.
You won't feel a thing. All right. Don't mind if I
Primrose really is so
I am
frail.
ready.
Let's see now.
I'll not be defeated. May the sacred flame shine forth.
Now then.
I'm gonna do something that seems a little bit weird here. I'm not going to use Spear on the Dark Curator. I'm going to use Spearhead on the Urchin. Because that bumps him to the start of the next turn, which means I can save breaking the Dark Curator until this turn. Which will give me effectively one more turn with
Here
it
goes
broken.
nothing. Don't mind if I do.
I am ready. Lightning, strike true!
I'll not be defeated. May the sacred flame shine forth.
And since the Urchin isn't actually all that threatening, I'm not super worried about it.
My blade is unbending.
Oh crap, I think I used Spearhead twice last time around.
I am ready. Lightning, strike true!
Well then, prepare yourself. May the sacred flame shine forth. The flame guides us true.
Also, unfortunately, I think I missed a path that led up a little ways back, but oh well. Nothing I can really do about that detail. This is the cavern described in the letter. But this ember, what could anyone else possibly want it for? the thing is, real quick, I just want to remind y'all. Oh, this is interesting. So we could actually rewatch cutscenes. But yeah, just a reminder, this is Ophelia Chapter 3. And she has already... So there are 3 churches with sacred flames in this kingdom. One of them is in Saintsbridge. One of them is in Goldshore. And one of them is back in Still Snow, or Flames Grace, where she came from. Meaning, the only place that she could actually still perform the kindling after this is back in her hometown, and I really don't think that's where the last chapter for her is going to be. So something kinda has to go wrong with her plans, and that'll be an interesting one to see. Like, I wonder if she'll lose the Lanthorn or something.
Bring it on.
Ooh. Hold up. Now let's break the one that goes before Prim. I think these things might be vulnerable to ice? I guessed it! Yes!
I'll not be defeated.
Let's see how light does. Okay, that's a weakness on the spider. I wonder if the spider is weak to axes.
Alright.
Like, just, you know, I wonder if the spider is weak to getting whacked in the face with an axe.
I am ready.
I think the smart thing to do here is analyze. Okay.
My turn now.
How about you? I will
That
cut
should
you
clear
down.
out bats.
Here we go. Alrighty.
And yeah. Wait, was that thing called a
That's what
shaggy
I'm talking
spider?
about.
Oh my, Ophelia just hit level 50. Nice. Oh, I want that purple chest, but I can't use it.
Let us fight with
Oh.
honor.
What in the world am I looking at?
Bring it
here?
on.
Believer 2.
Don't mind if I do.
I'll do my best.
Somehow I don't think luminous I don't think radiant damages the strength. Why didn't I donate boost to Primrose so that she could do more
Don't mind me.
analyzing?
No.
Dang it. I keep forgetting that option is available. Jeez, that guy up front is dodgy.
I am ready.
You know what? I'm going to take a wild guess here.
Nighthode, bring your shade.
Nope, my wild guess was wrong. Well, I suppose that has to happen sometimes.
I'll not be defeated.
Okay, so they are weak to Radiant. They don't have high damage.
Don't mind if I do.
Why is that guy so dang hard to hit?
Truly joy. I will cut you down.
There we go.
Bring it on. Alrighty.
I am ready.
We'll do one more analysis so we got all of their weaknesses recorded. Okay, so they
The
match
battle is truly
weaknesses.
joy. Iron Blade is unbending.
Instead of level slash, though, I think we're gonna do basic attacks. And then Ophelia will wrap it up with luminescence.
Sacred flame shine forth.
Cause that let old Barrick get some extra SP back.
Flame, protect us.
Ooh, is that a
I am ready.
dark whatchamacallit? Hang on, so Flame Sentinel Mark II, Dark Sentinel Mark II. Okay, so Primrose can't do anything effective against the Dark Sentinel, but she can definitely do something effective against the Flame Sentinel. Is it just me, or does it feel like the damage in this area is really low? Oof.
Here goes nothing.
Why are those guys so dodgy? Hang on. I'm gonna try something.
I shall pierce you through.
I will not be defeated. Let your wounds be healed.
Keep everyone up and running. And then...
Victory shall be mine.
here's what I was saying I
I will
would try.
cut you down.
Yeah, these things have the same vulnerabilities as the earlier Sentinels. Meaning... swords, pole arms, those things are all
I'll do my
effective.
best. May the sacred flame shine forth.
Oh yeah, and Dark Sentinels will be weak to light too.
Alright.
May seem like a strange choice given he's at high health, but sometimes Last
That's what
Stand
I'm
is just the
talking about.
best choice for Alphen because it does so much damage to the entire field.
Let us fight with honor.
I am ready.
Have at you.
Let's go ahead and have you in sight.
There.
I'll do my best. The winds of fortune.
I thought that might also be effective against those guys in the back.
Cool off.
Alphen's elemental attack is intensely weak, but occasionally it still manages to make itself useful.
Ice, splinter and charge.
Victory.
Here goes nothing.
Well then. The winds of fortune! I hope
Nice.
I grow more able.
Oh, we got a fire soul stone. Not the most useful thing, since I never really use the soul stones, because I'm always worried about running out of them.
It's a good day for battle.
The endless gamer struggle.
I'm ready.
Okay, let's see here. Hold up.
Lightning, strike true.
This is tricky. There
How
are
about you?
there are very few overlapping vulnerabilities to take advantage of.
Well then.
Right.
Bring it on. That'll do her.
Should keep him on his feet for another
I'm ready.
round.
Thunder, ring out.
Hang in there, old Barrick. Dang it.
Here we go. That's what I'm here for.
My turn now. May the sacred flame shine forth. Like this.
This isn't going well.
On your feet.
Oh, that's right. She can self-revive. Oh, wait. Except she still loses her turn, which really sucks.
I shall cleave you in two.
Well then. Bring about a miracle of healing.
Here we go. Don't mind if I do.
I'm ready.
Really? Okay, at least Ophelia got woken up.
Well then.
Nice.
All right.
Damn.
Bring it on.
You know what? We're just gonna wrap this up quickly.
This calls for service. Ha, try again.
Okay, Alberic and Prim leveled up. That'll save some resources while we do some healing. Hang on, is there not something here? Oh my gosh, I came all the way down there for nothing.
Let us fight with honor.
Oh, these guys.
I'm ready.
Could you
do
stop
my best.
torching my party?
May the sacred flame shine forth.
All right. Don't mind if I do.
Of course one of them missed.
Victory shall be mine.
I'm ready. The peacock struck.
My turn now.
Well, at least that worked out.
Here we go. I'm feeling better already.
Have at you. You shall be healed.
I am ready. Watch me now.
Well then, prepare yourself. Ha!
Yeah, there was pretty little chance that they were going to survive that. I was kind of hoping they would, since it would mean that Olberic would get a chance to use first aid on himself, but it's not a big deal. Still don't understand why that whole path was there when it seems to have led to nothing. One thing I like about the dungeons in this game, and I realize it's kind of a me-specific thing, it really can't be generalized. It's just the fact that... Where did these guys get so many items?
Out of my way.
It's just the fact that I don't feel the incessant need to save
Well then,
at every single moment.
may the sacred flame shine forth.
Like, it's a plus, you know?
Here we go. Don't mind if I do.
Victory shall be mine.
I am ready.
My turn now. Ah!
Huh. I thought that would be the finishing blow.
All
Or
right.
close to it.
Here goes nothing.
Oh yay, Ophelia gets a chance to heal
Let
wounds.
your wounds be healed.
That gets most of the party up to almost full.
I am ready.
Those are some interesting staves they're holding. I'm actually kind of curious about that.
Here goes nothing. Don't mind if I do.
Oh my gosh, so many soul stones.
Well then.
Victory shall be mine. I will cut you down. Now then.
I am ready.
You know what? Let's use a lion dance on Alf.
The lion dance.
I'll not be defeated. Let your wounds be healed.
Get the party back up to full.
Bring it on.
And then...
How about you? Out of my way!
I am ready. Watch me now. Fire.
I'll not be defeated.
Get some SP back. And Alf, if you want to go ahead and wrap this up.
Down to work. Don't mind if I do.
There we have it.
That's what I'm talking
I
about.
know. Fighting in this game is surprisingly satisfying. Like, it always blows my mind. Just the level of accomplishment at finishing even something like that, a relatively easy fight. Ah, heck. I missed some chests there because I took that
It's
path.
a good day for battle.
I thought the right path was
I'm
in a
ready.
different direction.
I'll do my best. The winds of fortune.
Now then. You shall be healed.
Here we go.
Victory shall be mine.
I am ready. Ice, splinter and shard.
Here goes nothing.
My turn now. The flame guides us
I was
true.
hoping they would survive to the next turn so old Barrick could restore some SP. It's kind of hard finding the right opportunity sometimes. Alright, we're gonna backtrack real quick. I don't want to skip chests, especially when these are relatively easy to avoid skipping.
Flame protect us.
It's not like the enemies in here are causing us much trouble.
I am ready.
So soul stones don't do that much damage overall, but the fact that all of these guys have spread moves is kind of annoying.
Here goes nothing. Don't mind if I do.
I am ready.
All right.
I will not be defeated.
The battle is true.
Well then. Oh, sacred light.
All right. That'll do her.
I am ready.
Watch me now.
The moonlight rolls. The show is over.
Oh, I remember why Alphen doesn't have the ability that regens spell points when he hits something. It's because he's currently got SP Thief, so it really wasn't all
There is
that
no choice.
necessary.
I am ready.
Victory shall be mine.
I will not be defeated. May the sacred flame shine forth.
Bring it on. Don't mind if I do.
I am ready.
Now then.
Here goes nothing. Don't mind if I do.
I will not. May the sacred flame shine forth.
Oh, they can use a powered up item. I
Alright.
didn't actually realize that. Real quick, Ophelia, your SP is looking
Always
a little
happy to
bit
share.
low. Let's bring that back up to
Now then.
scratch.
My blade is unbending.
I am ready.
Watch me now.
I will not be defeated. May the sacred flame shine forth.
Leaving one of them alive actually feels like it might well be the best strategy, since it'll give a chance to
I
heal
am
up
ready.
next turn.
I will not be defeated. Bring about a miracle of healing.
Probably should have boosted that.
All right. All right. Don't mind if I do.
Dang it, you
Try
couldn't
again.
just get hit by both of them. Well, I guess it wouldn't have made a difference with the SP regen, since that's based on remaining hit points. Okay.
Let us fight with honor.
I am ready.
Ice.
Have at you. This will cool your temper.
My turn now. The winds of fortune!
Here goes nothing.
I am ready.
Ice, splinter and shard.
I'll do my best. Let your wounds be healed.
Have at you.
Here we go. Don't mind if I do.
There we go. Take a little bit more damage, but
I'll not be defeated. Let your wounds be healed.
I am ready.
Ice, splinter and shard.
the thing is, I don't even think it'll survive long enough for us to break it. It's in red health, and these things aren't actually that durable. Even if it does, we will break it before it gets another attack in.
The battle is
Nice.
battle. I grow stronger.
That was pretty close to an ideal end to that fight. Okay.
There is no choice.
Oh my gosh, we haven't actually encountered these guys in a minute. Hold up. You can hit all of them, right? Nope, just one. I was hoping the old man could hit all of them.
Bring it on. Don't mind if I do.
I am ready.
Have at you.
Could just stop attacking Ophelia.
Don't mind if I do.
I am ready.
Ice, splinter and shard.
Well then.
Oh wait, I know how to finish this up. Double boost into rest. There we go. That'll get her back to about full. Oh, and Alberic got a level. Alright. And now, let's go ahead and dive into a boss fight. Oh, before we do. Yeah, Last Stand on Alberic is pretty good, and Poison is actually surprisingly good. And let's go ahead and teach you Rehabilitate, since, yeah, you don't have any other options, and you have the job points for it. And And yeah, Prim, you can have Firestorm now. And Armor Corrosive is actually quite useful. Huh. Hale and Hardy would be good on old Eric. As would heightened healing, now that I think about it. Ooh, that's a tricky call. Hale and Hardy or heightened healing? Both of them are alliterations, so there's no advantage on that front. Because I don't really think that surpassing power has really come up, like, at all. Hale and Hardy is guaranteed to come up. But we've got... You know what? I do think that... I think I recall that stacking with the... other bonus. Mental attack bonus, regenerates SP, encore. Auto regeneration of HP, that would honestly be pretty good. Yeah, you know what? Rather than a buff to get her back up, let's try and see if we can keep her from going down in the first place. The weak points of Thief are definitely the support skills. Let's do it.
Huh?
So he never showed up with the Ember after all. In the end, he's just another half-wit believer, probably on his knees right now, crying and praying to his gods. He can pray all he wants, it's not going to bring him any miracle. The only one who makes miracles is the Savior.
Food for thought.
This will be a good lesson to him. Shall we finish off the girl now? Thought it'd have been more fun to finish off father and daughter together. Guess you can't have it all. You hear that, kid? If you want to hate someone, hate your father for abandoning you.
You must stop.
Enough of this.
Huh?
Huh? Who in the hells are you?
What?
Okay, but let's just appreciate that animation on Ophelia. She looks so frickin' elegant. Like, that's actually such a hardcore pose to strike when she enters. This brazen wench, she's the flame bearer.
Oh.
They sent us the flame with a cherry on top.
Unforgivable.
Terrorizing a poor child for your own gain? Is there not a speck of humanity in your hearts? Hey, I'll have you know that...
What ho?
It's fine. Listen up, woman. Just give us the ember and we're done here.
You're
That will
wrong.
not be happening.
How now?
Oh yeah? And I will be taking Liza home. Now that will not be happening.
Hey, hey!
Ah well, guess we'll just have to do this the hard way.
I will stop you here and now.
I am ready.
Okay, so the guy in the back is a healer. We want to take him out first. Which means we need to know Sword and Ice. We can work with that.
I'll not be defeated. May the sacred flame shine forth.
And we've still got a light vulnerability.
Victory shall be mine.
Bring it on!
The guy in front is Defender. He's doing radiant damage. That doesn't happen that often.
I'll do my best.
Okay. Big brain move. Donate boost points to Primrose. So Prim
I
can
am ready.
find out the remaining vulnerabilities on the one in the back. Okay.
Here goes nothing.
I am ready.
You know what? Let's do a quick lion dance on Old
The
Barrett.
lion dance.
The battle is true. My blade is unbending.
I probably should have gone for cross
Bring
strike
it
there
on.
in hindsight.
Alrighty!
For this one, this is the right choice here. HP Thief.
My turn now.
And Ophelia, if you would be so kind as to heal up the other party members. Alpha is fine. Jeez, this entire level, it's really felt like I was dealing with like PvP in Dungeons and Dragons. For the record, PvP doesn't work that well in at least the current edition of Dungeons and Dragons. Ouch. It's kind of rude.
Now then. Out of my way.
Here we go. Don't mind if I do.
Ooh, we got some poison on him. That's nice.
I am ready. Oh, don't mind me.
Okay, so we've got a clear view of all of their
The battle is
vulnerabilities.
truly joined. Watch my blade dance.
Bring it on.
Be nice if I could find a good time to... You know what? Let's keep the poison on this guy.
Poison.
Poison actually does a surprisingly good job of keeping, of wearing down enemies. Though might differ in viability from one person to another.
Prepare yourself. I trust in your aid.
Yeah, let's get some BP on some of these guys.
Like this.
Rude.
All right. That's what I'm here for.
Now then.
Well, Barrick, let's go ahead and incite. He's getting some good damage rolls.
I am not. Bring about a miracle of healing.
This really does feel like a very balanced fight, though. Like, as far as everything we're doing, we're running on very similar tactics.
All right.
Ooh, you know what? Thief skills, armor corrosive.
This might sting a bit.
Because we're gonna break him right at the start of the
Here goes
next turn.
nothing. Don't mind if I do.
I am ready.
Dancer skills. Lion dance.
The lion dance.
How about you?
I'm only going to have him boost once because he gets to move again. Well, actually.
My blade is unbending!
Brand's Thunder.
I wreak havoc upon thee!
Okay, so that's why it actually matters. Because currently the damage cap is 9,999, but he's done like 15,000 with that before. Okay.
Let your wounds be
I should probably have gotten out the other guy.
Victory shall be mine! Watch my blade dance!
I am ready.
Lion dance on Alf?
The lion dance.
Wait, armor corrosive has already worn off that guy? Dang it.
Bring it on. Let's get down to work. I'm feeling better already.
my turn now.
Old man, if you could. Yeah, if the old man just focuses on that guy. Ooh, they're gonna do a lot with their spell attacks now.
Bring it on.
Have at you.
Well then. Bring about the
Let's get
miracle.
everyone back up to full. That's why I brought in the back guy, was so that he could gradually focus on dealing breaking damage to the secondary guy
I'll do my best.
while we were working, or the front guy while we were working on the back guy.
I am ready.
All right.
Okay, armor
This might
corrosive.
sting a bit.
Let's get his physical defense down.
My turn now. Oh, sacred light.
Kind of annoying that his elemental weaknesses are still protected, but really, that's as long as the old man lasts.
Watch me now.
Hang on, what does this one do again? No.
The moonlight glows.
Here we go. Let's get down to work.
And now, amputate.
Victory
Beric.
shall be mine.
You can also amputate.
I shall cleave you in two.
I am ready. The moonlight glows.
Yeah, he was running low.
The show is over.
Black staff. Ooh. That'll probably be good on Cyrus. Where'd the other guy go? Dang it all, how could this little slip of a girl trounce us?
You are safe with me.
Don't worry, Liza. Everything's alright now. Okay, she ran a little close to that guy for my comfort, but oh well. I was so scared.
Let us begin.
Now answer me. Why were you after the Emperor?
Blazes.
The Savior. He wanted it.
What?
This is the second time you've spoken that name. Who is this Savior? Oh, you'll be trembling before his true power soon enough. I think he just drank poison. Okay, but where did the other guy go? Who in the world is this Savior? Is everything really over?
Of course.
Everything will be alright now. Let's get you back to your father. And we're back to the light and cheerful music of Goldshore. Travel banter. Is something troubling you, Primrose? I can't wrap my head around it. Having faith so strong you give up your own life for it. See, I prefer to put faith in myself. When I feel helpless or find myself in trouble, I continue to believe in myself no matter the situation. Fine words, believing in yourself is important and powerful. But you'll still let me help you, won't you? At least some of the time? Because come what may, I'm your friend and ally. Of course, and thank you. I'm actually going to redo the party real quick since I've got a bit of a new level distribution. Yeah, we'll swap in Tressa. Oh wow, we've actually got all of the different path actions available. That'll save us time when we are going into the next chapter. Because I do think we should have time to try and tackle a chapter tonight.
Lysa.
My precious girl.
Such a relief.
See, Lysa? I told you everything would be alright.
Thank you very much.
From the bottom of my heart, Sister Ophelia, I do not know how I can begin to repay you.
Of course.
There's no need for that, Your Excellency. Seeing the smiles on your faces is more than enough for me. Nothing can take the place of family.
Sister Ophelia.
I will do my
Now,
best.
shall we begin the kindling?
Yes.
Everything is ready now. I will show you to the altar. Dude, you don't get to marry Ophelia just because she saved your daughter. Sorry, I had to make the joke.
O great Elfric, bringer of the flame, to you I offer my soul and my blood. With your first flame, I kindle this fire. May it forever shelter the people of this land. Through the sacrament of the kindling, grant us your mercy and your blessing. We've done it!
This concludes the kindling. It's a fairly simple ceremony, honestly. We thank you, Sister Ophelia.
May the sacred flame shine upon
I
you.
pray that the sacred flame will always warm the hearts of the people of Goldshore. The flame has been lit by the ember that accompanied you on your journey, sister. I have no doubt that it will shelter us with the same gentle kindness that you have shown us all. Nothing would make me happier, Your Excellency.
Sister Ophelia.
Sister Ophelia, I've heard that the flame bearers oft face great trials in their journey. Trials, you say?
Yes.
How can I say it? Those with kind hearts will find themselves shouldering the pain of others as if it were their own. I would have it no other way. If it can help lessen another's pain by taking a portion of it upon myself, I'm more than happy to do so.
Oh.
You are a strong and noble woman, Sister Ophelia, and your kind heart has brought us succor today. After this, you will be returning to Flamesgrace, yes? Pray spend the night and rest before moving on. Thank you, Your Excellency. I happily accept your gracious offer.
Ophelia.
Liana. Oh, this is bad.
Anna!
This is gonna be bad.
Whatever are you doing here? Were you not staying at your father's side until he recovered? That's why I'm here, Feely. You don't mean... I've taken a room at the inn. Will you join me there so we can talk? Of course.
Either he's died of sickness or he's been
Here.
assassinated.
Have this. Thanks. Now tell me, what has happened?
Promise me you'll stay calm, Ophelia. Father is no longer with us.
I have not yet told Liana, but I fear that I am not much longer for this world. I trust that I know my body better than any other.
We always
Your
knew this was a
Excellency.
possibility.
He's gone, Feely. Father is... Father... He...
Oh, Liana, hang in there. I'm still here with you. I'm still here.
Thank you, Feely.
What's my body?
I'm sorry, Feely. But this is for Father's sake. You're always so kind.
Oh
I know
my.
you'll understand.
Hang on, I'm calling it here. Their father isn't dead, he's been kidnapped. In much the same way that the Archbishop of Goldshore's daughter was kidnapped. In order to get a hold of the sacred flame, this is the backup plan. They kidnapped him to blackmail Liana into poisoning Feely. Well, into finding a way to get the Ember away from Feely.
Liana, what?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Feely. But I need that ember. For Father.
Did you bring the ember?
Can you truly bring my father back?
No, he's dead. Okay. He is dead. But they convinced her somehow that they
But
could
of
resurrect
course.
him.
That is the power I have received from on high. What did your church do for your father before his death? Nothing but pray. They could offer you only empty words. We can offer you something more. With this ember, we can make your every wish come true.
You really mean it?
Yeah, we're about 8 seconds away from a betrayal on his part.
Come with me, back to Whispermill.
Ooh, never mind. Ophelia heard it.
You can't.
Sorry, Feely.
Oh,
Sister Ophelia, you've come back to us at last. Where am... Pray stay at rest, sister. It appears that you were drugged with some manner of sleeping draught.
But how could...
Liana drugged me? I feel like there was someone else there as well. Liana.
But...
Wait, the Ember. Where's the Ember?
I'm so very sorry.
By the time we found you,
No.
you're not to blame, Your Excellency. The one who took the Ember, Sister Ophelia, they mentioned going back to Whispermill.
If I recall...
Whispermill 'Tis a village in the flatlands, if I recall. I think that's the far northeast. It is only a rumor, sister. But word has it that many in Whisper Mill have turned their backs on the sacred flame. They follow a man who calls himself the Savior.
What?
The Savior, you say? Those people in the cave also spoke of a Savior.
Huh.
This group, they say, is spreading the word that our teachings are naught but lies. You see, a terrible plague struck the village not all that long ago. A great many people died. Our faith did not keep their loved ones from dying. In their grief, no doubt they began to look elsewhere for answers to prayers.
Sister Ophelia.
You mean to go there, don't you? To Whisper Mill?
Yes.
I must take back the Ember. The Ember and Liana both. I can see you've made up your mind. I will not stand in your way, but pray take care of yourself, sister. These villains have already resorted to kidnapping and death threats. There's no telling what they might do to you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your concern, Your Excellency. I'll be careful. That is going to make for a heck of a satisfying conclusion to this playthrough. Because that's the chapter that I'm saving for last. I want to save Ophelia's last chapter for last. Why, Liana? Why would you do such a thing? There has to be some mistake. Well, yes, Liana definitely made a mistake here, but... And so it was that Ophelia left Goldshore behind her. She will take back what was stolen from her, the sacred ember and Liana's heart. Whisper Mill in the Flatlands is where she must go to reclaim both. So Ophelia's journey continues, veering off in ever unexpected directions. Travel banter. Olberic. Oh, Liana, why? She must have had her reasons. Huh? You're thinking about the young girl who stole the ember, are you not? Do you truly think her capable of committing such an act on her own? No. No, I don't. All she's ever wanted was to make the Archbishop, her father, proud of her. Yet she stole the ember. Mayhap something drove her to it. Yes. First we should track her down and put the question to her. Then perchance we will find out why and wherefore. What made Liana do what she did? Was her hand forced? To answer those questions you may be able to help her. Or answer those questions and you may be able to help her. I will do whatever you need to assist you. Thank you, Sir Olberic. I may well call upon you. So yeah, up here. That's going to be Ophelia chapter 4, and that's going to be the last chapter we do in this. Let's see, Honey is level 38. Cyrus and Prim are both level 40. Yeah. Let's head up to Still Snow and see what we can do about Honey Chapter 3. Also, we're going to take a break for just a minute because I gotta go use the restroom. So try not to get into too much trouble while I'm gone, okay? Okay, thanks. And we're back. I think we'll be diving into this pretty promptly. So yeah, looks like Ulberic is the highest level member of the party, which makes it easy enough to see who to switch out. And now, hear a tale. In hopes of undoing your master's petrification, you head to Still Snow to meet the seer Susanna. The story so far. Following her master's trail, Hanit made the long journey to Stoneguard. There she talked to Natalia, who had been friends with Xanta. Following Natalia's clues, Hanit found her master in the forest, except he had been petrified by the beast called Red Eye. Hanit, forgive us this old man for not keeping his promise. The last words he wrote before the curse stilled his hand. In the same note, he told Hanit to find a woman called Susanna. She is a seer, he wrote, and perhaps she can help. And thus does Hanit arrive in the frozen village of Still Snow.
Oh.
By the spirits, the snow falls deep here. Lind is a snow leopard. What is it, Lind? 'Tis not like thee to frolicken as a kitten. But then thou art a snow leopard, art thou not? For thee, arriving in this white wasteland is like homecoming. Aw. Party! I ain't never seen a snow leopard that big afore. It doesn't bite, does it?
Cheerily.
Fear not, young ones, Lind is with me. She is a gentle creature, she will doeth thee no harm, unless instructed to, at which point she will tear thy innards to pieces, and snack on them for several days hence. She's yours? Funny sort of pet, ain't she? Lind is not a pet. She is my companion, my friend. Friends, you say? Just like us, then? Aye. Ah, her fur's so soft. She would be very fluffy, to be fair. Snow leopards are intensely fluffy. And warm, too.
So,
Tellin' me, children, doth a woman by the name of Susanna liveth here? The old lady?
Oh, yes.
The old witch, you mean? Aye, we know her. Who doesn't?
Now then.
I see. And where might I find her? See that house with the red roof over yonder? Oh my, she got a big house. Aye. Ah, yes, I do. That's the old witch's place.
I see.
Thank thee, children.
Bye.
Of course, say hello to the witch for us.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Lind.
Oh.
Enjoyest the attention, didst thou? Best coming with me then, before they return him with more friends. Travel banter. Linda's popular with children, isn't she? Yes, in our village the younglings often played with her. Lind seemed to enjoy the games as well. Nothing warms the heart quite like seeing children smile. Lind is most proud of her fur. She liketh nothing better than to be stroked and groomed. I can see that. Of course, the children liken it also, to bury themselves in her thick, warm coat. And yes, what is it? You think Lind would snap at me if I stroked her? Of course not. Wilt thou? Would I ever, once the children have had their turn, of course. Then by all means. Look, it's a big soft kitty. Like, no two ways about it.
Hello there.
Greetings to ye.
Good day.
Hello.
Oh, there's a dragon that makes its lair in the cave just outside of town. That's interesting. I think I dragged that guy along at one point. You know what? It may seem like a strange choice to get rid of a powerful spear user, but we don't currently have any fire coverage on the team, and since we're in an icy level, odds are that's going to be a helpful thing. Forbidden Dagger. Huh. It costs 72,000 though. I don't feel like paying that. Ah, this is how we get further back into town. Oh. Are they a mob here to burn the witch? Because that would be really inconvenient for us. What is this crowd?
Listen up.
But I have journeyed many leagues to have my fortune told by Madame Susanna.
Oi!
I implore you, pray, open the door.
A pox on
God's teeth, man, get out of my way.
Tja.
Ugh. Really, the guy just won't talk. You wretched whoreson. Apologize at once.
Oi!
You won't get no apology out of old Alec. He won't talk. He don't talk none.
Honestly,
Has he lost his tongue?
No.
Nay, it's just that Susanna does the talking for both of them.
tja.
Ah. Huh. So do I have to fight Alec to get through, or
Oh ho.
who is that man?
Doubtless.
Susanna's minder. Looks after her, keeps the riffraff from bothering her, as you might have noted.
Truth
Name's Alec. She took him in off the streets when he was a wee sprout.
Aye.
Saved his life, she did, and he's been with her ever since.
Could that mean?
Old women aren't commonly in need of a bodyguard. They are when folk from far and wide come flocking to have their futures told. Fame don't sit too well on her, considering how little she cares for company. Surely she does not refuse every visitor.
Right.
Bit of a funny one, ain't she? Ain't it? See, a seer who can see the future clear as day, but don't tell no one what she knows. Alec turns them all away, and no amount of begging or beseeching makes one spit a difference.
Ah, yes.
Every now and then a fool tries to get rough with Alec, but oft as not ends up with only a cracked skull for his trouble.
Curses.
Finding her was easy, but talking to her may prove more difficult. Okay, so I clearly need to fight him in order to
Greetings. Well,
get past.
Greetings to ye.
Horned helm, no. I could just beat him up. You know what? I will. I can't recall if I've ever gotten into this house before.
Now, let us hunt.
He's only 4 stars. It should be relatively easy.
Come in, if thou darest. Letting the hunt begin.
Lind, please try a sweeping attack.
I will not be thy prey. Letting my arrow fly and true.
Lind, please try a sweeping attack.
Visits me. What next? Visits me. What next? Holding back nothing.
Thank you for finally doing what was
What next?
obviously the right choice.
Visits me.
Jeez, this guy does not have the accuracy. It's actually really funny.
Letting my holding back nothing. The hunt endeth.
Ooh, hidden item, soul bow. And sword breaker. Okay, so I've definitely not gotten in there before.
Faring well?
So hang on, if I just talk to him.
Greetings.
I have business with Susanna. But thou sayest nothing, and thou wilt not listen either. And I have no choice. They're rating his
Letting us begin.
they're rating his power high, but then again, they rated
Letting
what's
my
his
arrow
face
fly and true.
that old Barrick fought with, like, maxed out. There we go. Okay, we got a weakness first turn.
What next? Visits me. Letting the hunt beginning.
We're gonna defend.
What next?
Now we're gonna have Limbs do the breaking attack.
Come in, if thou darest. Come in, holding back nothing. Letting my arrow fly and true.
I should have boosted that one. Oh well.
Come in, if thou darest. Letting the hunt beginning. Letting the hunt beginning. Letting my holding back nothing.
Luckily, this is a pretty straightforward fight. Might be able to get more damage out of it when he's broken if I can. If I try using the whatchamacallit. Lightning elemental. Yeah, fully boosted lightning elemental should do a good bit of damage. A lot of these enemies are... let's pop a healing grape. A lot of those enemies are a lot frailer on the special side. It's one of the reasons I like to try and have some elemental options in Honey's backups.
Coming, holding back nothing.
I won't bother using any more limited use options though.
I will not be the coming.
All things considered, this is a required fight. It's not going to be as difficult as some.
Coming, if thou darest. What next? Yeah. I will not be thy prey. Letting my arrow fly in truth. Letting my arrow fly in truth. What next?
If this were an optional fight, I would probably have a lot of trouble against him, but since it's a required fight, they're gonna go easy on me. Which means I can just slowly chip away.
Letting my arrow fly in truth. What next? I will not be letting the hunt begin. Letting the hunt begin.
And don't worry, not boosting there was intentional. I'll get the most out of it if I can attack with full boost.
I will not be thy prey. What next? Let him holding back nothing.
There we go.
I honor thee, my quarry.
Doodle-doo, doodle-doo, doo-doo. Yep. He's a grown man, but still a boy within.
But still a boy within.
Oh, she's actually talking.
Be a dear, Hannett, and have Linda carry the poor fool within. He'll be catching his death lying out in the snow like
a seer. She knew that Honey was coming the entire time.
How dost thou knowest my name? That's what you want to ask, isn't it? I'm a seer, remember? Possessed of the all-seeing eye. Or so they say.
Then thou art an oracle. Truly, thou will be able to help.
Poppycock and nonsense is all it is.
Poppycock?
A hunter from the woodlands who communes with the beasts. Not a common sight in these parts. The only one who might fit that description is that hobbledehoy, Xanta. Him or his prentice, Hannet of the Darkwood. Your age, your snow leopard, your garb? Simple deduction, my dear. The trick is to say what you know, and nothing more, and let the gullible fill in the details. That's all Susanna's famous all-seeing eye is, in the end.
Then it'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
Disappointed to learn I'm just a fraud?
I love how she's announcing this in the middle of an open street where anyone could technically listen.
Now I know I can trust thee. If thou speakest the truth about this, then surely thou wouldst not speak false of aught else.
Fair before you, but that Zonta lad raised a clever apprentice, and that's the truth. Now, why don't you tell me why you're here?
Inside.
But first, let's go inside, shall we?
It seemeth that would be for the best.
Oh, well. That young master of yours has managed to get himself into a right mess, hasn't he?
Mistress Susanna, canst thou help in him?
There is one way.
In truth.
Truth? Ah, now that's a word. You said you trusted me, remember?
If there is the slightest chance of lifting that curse, I will trust whomever I need to. Milady?
Gods take my eyes if that fool hasn't raised a strong and brave young woman. I'd scarce believe it if you weren't standing here in front of me.
I learned from his example, the good and the bad.
Is that so? Can't imagine that would work, but the world is full of wonders at that. Isn't that so, my dear?
It is.
But about the curse.
I am prepared for any trial.
There is but one way to turn stone back to living flesh. And that is to slay the beast that wrought the curse.
I had feared as much, but it shall be done.
Stay, child. I'm not finished yet. Did Zonta forget to teach you patience?
Mine apologies.
If you try to fight the beast as you are, you'll only meet the same fate as your master. And what good will you be to him then?
But I must...
What you must do first is find the means to protect yourself from Red Eye's lethal power. Tell me, dear, have you heard of the plant called Herb of Grace?
Never.
Long ago, there was a beast in these parts too, that turned men to stone. Folks here soon learned that Herb of Grace could ward off the magic. I reckon it should be effective against Red Eye as well. Herb of Grace grows in a forest so thick there are few ways in. I'll send a Layak ahead to show you the entrance to the trail. But know that the forest is a perilous place, and home to many frightful beasts. You want to prepare well before you venture in.
I shall. Thank thee, milady.
I'm just wondering if we'll need to fight the dragon that
My
that
pleasure,
person
dear.
mentioned.
In a strange way, that Zonta boy was like a son to me. A vexing, wayward one, but a son all the same. With you being his prentice, It rather makes you my grandchild now. And what kind of a grandmother would I be if I refused to lend you a helping hand?
Master and I are both in thy debt.
Trail to the Whitewood.
Now, let us hunt him.
Well then.
I'm gonna test a theory real quick. That theory was correct.
My turn now. The winds of fortune are howling.
Letting the hunt begin.
Here we go.
Oh, I targeted the wrong one. Oops.
Coming.
Oh, hey, we got patience though.
Letting the hunt begin.
Well then. May the sacred flame shine forth.
All right.
Let's do this.
Okay, let's not go for
Let
the
my arrow fly and true. I will not be thy prey.
What's the big idea?
What next? Rain and arrows up on them.
Let's do this. My turn now.
These guys are bulky.
Coming, if thou darest. Never missing.
Use take aim. Boost the team's critical chance for the next turn.
Prepare yourself. May the sacred flame shine forth. Here I go.
What next?
There we go.
What next?
Okay, now real quick, I've got a specific strategy in mind. We're gonna have
For you.
Tressa donate 1 BP and Ophelia donate 1 BP.
I trust in your aid. I'll not be
your wounds be healed. My turn next!
Okay. Now let's see what my odds are on capture. Not great. You know what? I'm just gonna roll the dice. Hey, it worked!
I honor thee, my quarry.
Considering how many times I had to try for a 48% chance earlier, I suppose the odds had to balance out somewhere. Oh no, it's one of the bears.
Well then. The winds of fortune! My turn now!
Letting my arrow fly and true.
Here goes nothing. Feeling feverish?
Oh my gosh, Alvin.
Coming, if thou darest.
I'll do my best. Ah! The winds of fortune! What to do? Night Ode!
Here we go.
You know what? That's actually probably our best move. Shacklefell, let's cut this guy's offense for a minute
Let
here.
the hunt begin. Aim and carefully, shoot true.
Of course it used Rampage.
Bring it on.
Oh, hey, thanks for the follow, Sea Dragoon.
I'll do my
Welcome
best.
to the stream. Join some Octopath here. Oh, that's what I need to do. Yeah, definitely need a big heal right now.
Miracle of healing!
I'm going to try and see if Honey can capture this bear real quick. Oh, well,
Let's
that
do this.
doesn't help that plan. Oh, now it's going to be tricky.
Night Ode!
Best shot right now. Oh, never mind, the bear is dead. Well, it was worth an attempt. Alf, if you don't mind, could you first aid
That'll
Honey?
do her.
Wake her up too. That doesn't wake her up? Dang it. Could have sworn that it did.
Let's do this! Darkness!
I quite enjoy this game. I've started it a number of times in the past, but never actually finished it. but I think that's just to do with how long it is. Because to be fair, it's a long game. Like, I've been streaming this thing Monday and Tuesday for well over a month now. And it takes time. But I mean, the graphics and the music and the stories are all so worth it.
Step right up.
All right. Feeling feverish?
Letting my arrow.
Yeah, it's... It's one that you kind of just have to take your time on. And you know what? That's not necessarily a bad thing.
My turn now.
Coming. It hurts me.
Okay. I should probably emphasize one of these,
Alright.
because... I should probably emphasize one of these. Yeah, I've gotten all the characters yet. I'm going through Chapter 3 stuff right now. I'm close to the end of the 3rd chapter.
Oh, sacred light.
Probably should have healed there, but oh well.
My turn
I
now.
mean, can survive a turn. This might break them in the back. Nope.
What next?
Do I have a favorite? It's a hard call. For gameplay purposes, I really enjoy Therion. As far as characters go, like their actual personalities, I think I'd probably go for Ophelia. But I do quite like Tressa and Alphen as well. This is actually a really good party for a lot of my favorite characters.
Bring about a miracle of healing.
Because yeah, personality-wise, I absolutely love Tressa and Alphen.
Night Ode.
Here we go.
That said, when I was thinking through what character I wanted to have as my main for this playthrough, I really wanted to do Ophelia.
Letting my arrow fly and true.
For a number of reasons. I mean, she makes for a solid... Like, having Ophelia as the core makes it a pretty solid party.
Here we go. Don't mind if I do.
My turn now.
Yeah, like, Therion... Okay, gonna be honest. Number one reason to have Therion as your main character is so that you never have to skip a purple chest. Oh, I've gone blurry on y'all, hold up. There we are. Yeah, Therion's just nice to have because it means you don't have to skip any purple chests. And the many purple chests I've skipped in the course of this run will haunt me. Why do you have to put...
Coming, if thou darest.
Oh, I love what just happened there. The first one put Ophelia to sleep, then the second one targeted Ophelia with the same move. The damage woke her up, and then the move put her back to sleep. Okay, let's see now.
Here goes nothing. That'll do her.
Let's get Ophelia some healing.
Let's do this! Night Ode! My turn now!
Okay, now donate boost points to Honey.
For you!
Let's see if we can nab another
Listen to
of
hunt.
these
Holding
guys.
back nothing.
Dang it.
Here goes nothing.
Letting my arrow fly and true.
Let's do this!
Letting the hunt begin.
I think there's a good chance I'll get Octopath 2 at some point. I don't know if I'll get it right away, because there are several other games that I kind of want to play right now. And I don't think I'll be ready to do another Octopath game right away, because it is the long game. But I do think I'll get it at some point, especially if the art style's the same, because I've said more than once, the art style and the music are the best aspects of this game. Like, it's really hard to find a game with better graphics and music. Like, there are definitely more high-end graphics and a lot higher effort graphics, but I mean, it's just a gorgeous game.
What next?
Yeah, the snow marmots aren't gonna cause much trouble.
Here I go! The winds of fortune are howling!
Bring it on.
Okay, Ophelia can break the bear, which means Alf is free to break one of the marmots.
I'll not be defeated.
Letting my arrow fly and true.
Yeah, let's give you a quick attack buff. Truth be told, I haven't looked into much of what we're expecting for Octopath 2. I'm looking forward to it, but I haven't checked it out that much. Ooh, hold up, I've got an idea.
Night Ode!
Oh, well that worked out nicely.
If thou darest.
Bring it on. Settle down now.
Okay, that'll get rid of its attack
I'll
boost.
not be defeated. Ah! A wind is coming!
Yeah, that's the big thing that they're telling it, that they keep saying, is that character interaction will be more interesting, more involved. All of which, like, I am honestly all here for. Take
Never missing.
Yeah, of course it used Rampage.
Death by 1,000.
too. Well then,
Donate some BP to Hanit real quick.
Bring it on.
And what was it I wanted to do with you? I had a plan for Alphen a second ago, but I completely forgot what it is. Oh yeah, Hanit's running low.
Always happy to share.
There you go.
What next?
Oh, 100% chance of success. Let's go. Heck yeah. Yeah, I think Highland Rat King is the
I honor thee, my
easiest
lord.
one to get rid of at the moment. I find that my gameplay slows down a lot when I've got Hanit in the party. Just because I start well, yeah, I start trying to capture stuff, and then suddenly I've spent twice as long on the fight as it even remotely justifies. Grim whiteness as far as the eye can see. Like, just look at that. It's such a pretty game. Tis colder here, too. The wind cutteth to the bone.
Come on.
This way. Okay, but you're gonna let me save, right?
Now then.
A trail?
Mm-hmm.
Secret path only a mistress knows. It leads straight to the heart of the forest. Out here, the snow never melts. It covers landmarks and makes every direction look much like the other. The herb of grace grows somewhere deep in the forest. But be wary, many dangerous fiends lurk within. That's why Susanna keeps the knowledge of this path a secret. So thou dost speaking, as well as any man. Only when I have something to say. Fair enough.
Thanks be to thee.
Will that more people in this world follow the same principle. Go carefully. I've not seen Susanna look so happy for many a year. Pray return safely that you might bring her more joy.
Thou hast
I
my
shall.
thanks.
I owe her that much and more. I will prevail. Okay, but give me a chance to save, please. Like, you force walked me past the save point. Hang on, where? Oh, travel banter. I may have just missed it. Let's hope it restarts once I walk back in there. Dang it, I can't like pick his pockets or anything. I guess I don't have Therian with me. Travel banter, yay!
Whoa!
Wow, would you look at that? Snow and ice as far as the eye can see. Tressa must be freezing. Not only is she from a warm place, but she's currently got the dancer subclass, which means she's, like, her full midriff is exposed. She's gonna get frostbite. It's beautiful, don't you think? It is indeed. I've roamed far and wide on the hunt, but never beheld a place such as this. The snow's like a silk wedding gown, but even softer and whiter, and more beautiful. Don't question the game logic. Look, I'm just saying she can't be comfortable. It would already not be comfortable for a warm-blooded person. A person from a warm climate to be in this situation. A silk gown? Tell me, Tressa, couldst thou place a price on this scene? Of course not, silly. As much as I'd like to take it home with me, a sight like this can't be bought. There's not enough room in anyone's bag for a treasure like this. Indeed, I dare say thou art right. Oh, that's a purple chest. See, that's what I'm talking about. The small part of me that dies every time I have to leave a purple chest behind.
Now, let us hunt him.
It's a winter
Bring it
mushroom. If I remember anything from last time, these things are okay. I thought they'd be weak to axe.
My turn now. The winds of fortune are howling.
Okay, they're weak to wind.
What next?
Need to figure out what to do to break that mushroom. So I'd actually very much like to catch one of those. I've got one in my monster list that's got only one summoning left. I'm going to take a wild guess here. Night Ode? Dang it.
Letting the hunt begin. I will cut him down.
I'll not.
What is this thing weak to?
Don't mind if I do.
Knives. Had to be something. It's got 3 weaknesses and I wasn't finding any of them. Ouch.
What to do? I won't hold back. The winds of fortune are howling.
Bring it on. I'm feeling better already.
Come in, if thou darest.
Any chance? Oh, that's actually pretty good odds to capture. Yeah, why not? Oh wait, I've got 2 summonings of it left. You know what? We'll drop the spiked skink.
The hunt endeth.
And let's do a quick heal. I'm using Therian for all of the out-of-battle heals because he can easily restore SP with, well, Steel SP right now. Lad can't hold much SP. Oh my gosh, that thing at the front is so cool, actually. Huh.
Don't mind if I do.
Why do they always pick on Tressa? Most flying things I've noticed in this game tend to be vulnerable to arrows. And a good number of them tend to be vulnerable to wind.
The winds of fortune.
2 for 2.
Let's do this.
You know what? Actually. Hey!
What to do?
Tressa, rest up. Get your points
Time for a
back.
break. Well then. The winds of fortune.
Letting my arrow fly and true.
Here goes nothing. Don't mind if I do.
Dang it, I was hoping for patience when he could have cleared the last
Here
owl.
goes nothing.
Letting the hunt begin.
My turn now. The winds of fortune!
Patience? Yes!
Letting my arrow fly and true.
Okay. Lynn should be able to break this thing without killing it.
I'll do my best.
Ophelia, you regain some SP.
Here goes nothing.
Alf, you heal up
That'll do her.
Tressa. And Honey.
Letting the hunt coming.
Okay, I probably won't bother to keep this one. Yeah, I really don't need to... I really don't need more wind coverage on this in this party. If we're talking about game logic that I shouldn't question, I really shouldn't question
Here goes nothing.
why none of our characters can climb over those small ledges. But I've been accepting that kind of logic for ages. I've played many Pokemon games. What's the smart move here? As annoying as it is, I think the smart move is actually just breaking the mushroom.
Don't mind if I do.
Here I go!
What next?
I'll not be defeated.
And you know what? Ophelia defense.
I'll do my
Oh,
best.
crap, I used the wrong attack on the Winter Wanderweed. Well, this'll break the dragon thing, but... Yeah, they can fight monsters, battle in ridiculous outfits in extreme weather. They don't get sick, they travel all over the continent. They fast travel all over the continent. Don't forget that one. They can spontaneously warp from one town to another. And yet, yeah, small ledges. Small ledges and perspective. Elf, can you finish off that mushroom? No, not quite. Ah well.
What next?
Nah. Oh, let's see.
Aiming carefully, shooting true.
I'm pretty sure the remaining weaknesses on that mushroom must be elemental. But I'm far too lazy to actually figure out what they are, since
My turn now.
if I haven't tried them already, they're not one of my better attacks.
Coming. Coming.
Here goes nothing.
Letting my arrow fly and true. The hunt ended.
Here's the thing about a lot of that. Honestly, like, I think a big part of the reason I don't mind is that it's genuinely a lot more convenient. Like, a lot of the logical issues are clearly just convenience plays. Like, the fast travel doesn't make any sense. But I'd hate to try and play the game without it, so... I'm more than prepared to accept it. Did you guys stop picking on Ophelia? Thank you. Pick on one of the I said pick on one of the bulky characters. Did you not hear me?
Come in, if thou darest.
And now for a big break.
Let's do this! The winds of fortune are howling.
Yeah.
Come in, if thou darest.
I wonder if speedrunners have like a workless category or something for this game. That would be...
What next?
That would involve some crazy routing.
I will cut him down.
Oh, I love it when you hit all of the enemies for effective damage. Like, it's such a meaty sound on it. It's so satisfying.
What's it?
But yeah, beating the game without any teleportation, like especially if you're trying to like do it fast, would be such a tricky routing problem. That's half the reason, honestly, that I've never really gotten interested in any sort of speedrunning. It's just that I really don't care to try and figure out routing. I'd rather just go wherever.
What's it do? The winds of fortune are howling.
Let my arrow fly and true.
Bring it on. Don't mind if I do.
You know, I'm starting to think that the fact that Ophelia is massively overleveled for everything that we're doing might be making some of these areas a bit easier than they were intended to be.
Come in, if thou darest.
All right. I'm feeling better already.
What's it?
Dang it. Didn't finish any of them off.
Letting the hunt begin.
You know what? Let's just guarantee one of these out of the fight. I don't need it. It's far from my best arrow option.
What's the big idea?
Oh, silence. This is always a bit of a weird... it's always a bit of a weird mechanic, actually.
Shucks. Shucks.
There we
The hunt
go.
ends.
Oh, well. I'm too lazy to go back for that, especially because I do need to wrap up fairly soon here. I want to get to the boss fight. Okay, anyone got any skills that need learning? Stout wall? Sure. Bewildering grace, only because there's nothing else for you to do right now. So, surpassing power boosts maximum damage. That's not that useful since you don't have anything that's going to be hitting really huge numbers. Yeah, patience, hail and hearty, second serving. The only one of these that I'd even really consider swapping out is second serving. That second serving comes in handy too often for any number of things. Unlike other random chance abilities, it's consistently useful. Like, there's never a bad time for patience to kick in. Encore, no. Second wind, not really necessary. With SP saver, eye for an eye. No. Yeah, none of those are really that necessary. And let's use a couple of plums. I wonder what this boss will be like. See, that's another high point of this game, actually. The bosses are so cool. I think...
The Herb of Grace. This is all I need.
So is this the area with the dragon, or is that somewhere else nearby? This is, in fact, the area with the dragon that someone mentioned in town.
This place is a dragon's lair? I have heard the legends, and Master's tales too, but to see one in the flesh... I scarce imagined this day would cometh, but cometh it has.
Oh, this is gonna be good.
Yes. Did I ever tell thee about the time I went dragon hunting in the Clifflands?
4 times now, and the tale getteth longer with each telling.
Good to see that little honey still had the same sass.
I remember more of the thrilling details, eh?
Master, this world is not big enough for all the giant beasts thou hast huntedest.
I don't know, it's a pretty big place.
Thou believest me not, and yet I really did.
What in the... Stop in this!
Why? Do I smell so foul?
Is not thy smell.
Oh, art thou blushing? Do I embarrass the... Ah!
Don't ben a fool.
Trying to be the big tough
If
girl.
thou insistest, but listen,
Getting
my
picked
girl.
up doesn't really fit with that.
Hunters fighteth many kinds of beasts, some so wondrous and astounding thou canst scarce imagine them. When thou art older, thou too will have tales that no one will believeth, but thou must still keep them. Some will haunt thy dreams, some will maketh thee snorten with laughter whenever thou recallest them. But let me tell thee this, harlot.
What is it, Master?
Even when thy tale is so improbable and fantastic that not one man thinketh it the truth, thou canst tell it to me, and I will believe every word.
Thou shalt hear in this tale, Master, over and again, until thou beggest me to stop, just as thou didst to me.
Dragon's scales are impenetrable. Okay, so it's got a shield on some of its vulnerabilities.
Come in, if thou
And this is one of those rare occasions.
Well then,
Okay, so based on that... So thinking about the order, it's probably got... Ahead of arrow, I believe, is sword, dagger, and spear. And out of those three, I don't think dagger will be it. So I'm going to take a guess that spear is effective. No?
Here goes nothing.
Oh wait, axe might be one of them, actually. Haha.
do.
Wind might also be effective. It is a flying creature. No? Huh.
What to do?
Let's try dark.
What next?
I kind of wish I hadn't gotten rid of the Rat King now. It would have been effective here. I love that. Okay, let's see. You know what?
Oh,
Light?
sacred light.
Hey! I'm sorry that just... That animation of it blowing away on me, I was not prepared for that. I wonder how long she's gonna be gone. We are gonna test out knives. It was worth a test. So I'm reasonably confident now that the
I'll do my best. Prepare
one at the very front
Oh, sacred light.
is sword. Changing up the defenses.
My turn now.
You know?
Let me help. I'll do my best.
Tressa really can't do anything especially useful here without
Oh, sacred
that
light.
bow option being uncovered.
Bring it on.
She can offer boosts, which is nice.
Here I go.
Oh wait, you know what? I could hire help. Sword attack. That works just fine for me. All I'm doing it for is breaking damage.
I'll do my best.
I do wonder what its remaining weakness is. If I had to take a guess at this point, I would probably say lightning or cold. No, definitely not cold. Look at its environment. Lightning. Small chance it could be fire, I suppose, but I don't generally think of dragons being weak to fire. Oof.
Here we go.
Letting the hunt begin. Come in, if thou darest.
Here, Tressa. Have a grape.
Using this.
Bring it on.
Letting my arrow
I
fly
wanted to
true.
wait until this turn to break it because that
Never miss it.
gives me more time with it fully broken.
What to do?
Okay. As far as giving a buff, I think the right choice here is actually going to be Lion Dance on Hanit.
Lion
It'll make sense why in a second.
Come in, if
Well,
thou
actually,
darest.
pretty much the basic reason is that there's a chance Hanit will get an extra turn here.
Here we go. Alrighty. Ha!
I will not be defeated. Here I go! Oh, sacred light! Let's...
Yeah, let's do some Befelgen's Bounty.
The great merchant!
2950 damage. Yeah, that's a lot of damage right there.
Letting my arrow fly and true.
And we've still got the accuracy boost, so Rain of Arrows should be relatively accurate. I think that was 4 hits. Heal more.
About a miracle of healing!
Here goes nothing.
I'll do my best.
Holy light.
Letting the hunt begin.
Rain of Arrows. And Tressa, if you could wrap that up.
Here goes nothing.
Alf, I'm gonna have you donate some SP to Honey. She's running
Always
a little
happy to
bit
share.
low. And you always have a source of it.
All right. Don't mind if I do.
Come in, if thou darest.
Let's do this! I'll not be defeated. Oh,
Might have been better to save some of those boosts, since we're pretty much guaranteed to have a few more rounds. Oof.
I'll not be defeated. Bring about a miracle of healing.
It is nice always having a healer on the party.
Letting my arrow fly and
Ophelia definitely fills a useful role.
raining arrows up on me.
Ooh, and we managed to get some blindness thanks to her bow.
Here we go.
Elf, go ahead and first aid yourself.
That'll do her.
I'll not be defeated. Oh, sacred light!
Letting my arrow fly in true.
Let's do this!
Do some donating.
Here nothing.
Ooh. Armor corrosive.
This might sting a bit.
Oh, that's gonna be helpful.
Let's do this!
And now... Lion Dance on Honey.
Here goes nothing.
You know what? Considering it's still in the yellow, we're probably not actually that close to finishing it. I'm going to unpoison.
What next? Death holding back nothing.
So let's see now. True Strike. I think Cross Strike is the way to go.
I'll do my best. Oh, sacred light.
It might downs. Why do you keep blowing away Honey? Not only is that kind of annoying, because she's our best option for breaking you.
Bring it on.
But I mean, she's not gonna get the benefits of healing now, which is even more annoying.
Bring about the miracle of healing. Will not. Here I go. I won't hold back.
That blindness Honey got on it was
Well then.
is still pulling its weight though.
Oh, sacred light.
Bring it on.
You can't break it right away, so I think the best option here is going to be Shackle
Settle
Foe.
down.
Make it do a bit less damage if it hits on its next turn.
Thought you had me?
Ooh, it's getting ready for the big move. Let's break it fast.
Oh, sacred light.
Here goes nothing.
What's it do? My turn now.
Let's donate some BP to Honey.
All right. Alrighty.
Amputation.
And here I go.
Wait. Elfric's Auspices to Honey.
Bringer of the flame.
And now...
Death holding back nothing.
True Strike.
Aim and carefully, shoot true. Aim and carefully, shoot.
Dang it, I really thought that would do the trick. Well, I'm gonna need to resurrect Honey this turn. Good thing Alf didn't go down.
Well then. No, you will not.
Ophelia, defend.
Egads. That's what I'm here for.
Well then. Bring about the miracle of healing.
Ouch. Okay, that's not really good.
Bring it on.
Hang on. We really
That'll
need
do
you
us.
to survive the next turn. I think she actually has a boost. I think she actually has a benefit for that. That if she's at high health, she can't be brought down in one shot.
Rain and arrows up on them.
Ye cats. That'll do her.
Here I go! I summoned the Felgun, the great merchant!
Coming. Coming.
Yes. I hope Ophelia still gets XP for that. Okay, she does. She was blown away, but she wasn't downed, so it makes sense, but I wasn't sure.
Is it so?
Is it done? Have I slain a dragon? I wish Lind scaled a bit better. Like, not hugely, but it would still be nice if she did. This must be the Herb of Grace. Now to leave this forest and... Ooh, something's happening. Are these members of,
Coming, Linda.
what's his face? Hagen's pack? This might well be Hagen's pack. The monsters are gathering here. The dragon that ruled this forest has been slain.
Not yet.
They will not attack us. Not for a while yet. Come, Lind. Susanna will be awaiting word from us. Now that I have the herb, I can finally face Red Eye and save Master from that dreadful curse. Which means we're probably going to run into that Knight Ardent lady again. So that'll be nice.
Found the herb, did you?
Thou waited for me? Susanna only asked thee to show us the way in.
I have my own mind. A man can tarry where he likes, can't he?
No, that's called loitering. You'll
Of
get
course he
ticketed.
Anyway, I'm done tarrying. Suppose I'll go on ahead.
I most appreciate your concern.
Well, I just...
Don't be such a tsundere.
What a strange man.
I'm surprised I don't have any travel banter right now. Be sure to stop it. You know what? I'm gonna stop at the inn now while I'm thinking about it. The inn is definitely the least expensive way to recover health. Grapes and plums and all that actually cost a fair bit over the course of the game. Oh, for a second there I thought she wasn't around. There she is. Found the Herb of Grace, did you, child?
I'll do what I can.
Here, give it to me. It needs to brew for a spell before it'll work right.
Thou hast my thanks.
Thank thee.
And then?
So how did it feel to slay your first dragon? Thou knewest it was there? Listen, dear, if you couldn't slay that dragon, you wouldn't have a cinder's hope in a blizzard of surviving an encounter with Red Eye.
You are...
Thou art not a woman to coateth her words in sugar, art thou? Never seen much point in it, my dear. Now, why don't you tell me about that dragon while we wait for the herb to brew? As thou wishest. You just know that Honey is actually really excited to tell her about the dragon.
Indeed.
Well, I never. So tell me, dear, how does it feel to tell the tale?
Well...
I was never much for talking. It was Master who taught me how to weave stories. Oh, that lad was a tongue-tied fool in his youth as well. This and that, he could scarcely put two words together. Surely he was not that bad.
Indeed.
Trust me, dear, what grain of eloquence he now possesses was drummed into him by yours truly. I'd think twice before you tell him your tale. He might be jealous to hear you speak so beautifully.
Well, well.
'Tis true that he doth not enjoy being shown up in anything. Here you go, this should do the trick. You should be sure to quaff it down in one gulp the moment Red Eye's foul curse strikes you.
Thou hast my
Thank
thanks.
thee. Too soon for that. You can thank me once Xanta is back to his old self again.
Understood.
Very well. Herb of Grace times 10. Huh.
Shucks.
Wow, shucks. What is it, Alphen? Oh, nothing. Just admiring the compound in this potion. The old lady sure knows how to brew 'em, that's for sure. How dost thou judge a medicine to be good or bad? Oh, that's easy. It's right here. Huh? Why art thou poking me in the chest? Because I'm making a point. The answer's in here, get it? A good medicine has heart and soul. The heart and soul of the one that made it, and that old lady has oodles of both. I see. Thou couldst have just said that without the poking. Alright. And the last cutscene of the chapter.
You are Honnet?
Oh, this is where we find out where we're gonna go fight Red Eye.
And thou one of the Knights Ardent.
At your service. I bear word from Lady Eliza. It is about the fiend, Red Eye.
She had found it?
Yes, near the desert city of Marceline. She awaits you there.
Then that is where I will go. Thank thee.
If you will excuse me, milady.
Okay, bye.
Taking your leave so soon?
Yes, it is time. I apologize for any burden I may have caused thee.
That was my alarm for the gym.
My pleasure, dear. There's always room under this roof for my favorite granddaughter. The burden of family is no burden at all.
Thank thee. Looking after her, Alec.
You don't have to tell me. That is my duty, and it will be done.
Indeed.
Honey dear, for all your cleverness, you are as naive as a babe in the woods. You are a pretty girl. Not the beauty I was in my younger days. But I will hold you up with my prattle no longer. Go in safety, my dear.
Thank thee. When the hunt is done, I shall return, and Master with me.
And so does leave steel words. And so does Hanit leave still snow behind her. Her quest has now become a hunt. To save her master, she must slay the beast they call Red Eye. With this knowledge, she strides toward her next destination, the city of Marceline, surrounded by the sand of the Sunlands. The geographical regions in this game are also a really cool aspect. I like how the whole continent is laid out. Though it would be cool if there was more to do, like, on the ocean or something. Alright. And with that... Oh. I think we're gonna call it a day. It's been a nice long stream. We got through 2 chapters. Next time, we're going to be able to finish off Primrose Chapter 3 and maybe Cyrus Chapter 3 as well. Next Octopath stream will be next Monday. This weekend we'll be back with the Nuzlocke of Pokemon Scarlet, so that'll still be fun. We're coming up on the end of both. It's really cool. But yeah, see you next time, Rafkin. Thanks everyone for hanging out and watching and chatting as you saw fit. Appreciate y'all, and I'll see you later, folks.